on YouTube afterwards?
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
Definitely. That is very helpful.
thank you, thank you, Vanita, for sharing that. Right, 10, 12 minutes into it. Let's rock and roll. Jason's going to come online now. So, shift, win the business in any market. Why are we busy looking at shift? Can I tell you what happened in 2020 when COVID happened? It happened overnight. We didn't know what to do. It's lovely to have the MREA, and that was the solution to build our businesses. But the reality was the next step. What now? What do we need to do? And that's where Gary really stepped up. And that's why he is the CEO, been named so many times. Because he stepped up and he said, whoa, 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 whoa. The answer is in this book. Shift me. When you think and plan around where you are, you're already behind. To be ahead, you have to think and act like the market that's coming next. Factors of a shift. Then it's a buyer's market. Then it's a seller's market. Do you hear people say the whole time, yeah, but it's a buyer's market, now it's a seller's market, and now interest rate is affecting it, ne? But I sometimes think, and that's what Gary is saying, it's all a perception. People have to have a home. You have to sleep somewhere every day. Your little package of life, you need to deliver and drop off somewhere every day. Does that make sense? So I want to ask you, how many of you think it's a good time to buy? Number one, we've had the lowest interest rate. This sounds terrible to say it, but COVID has also created so many opportunities. We just sometimes choose not to see it. And pardon me, because I know people have experienced certain things during COVID and has lost families, and it's really been hard. But there's always this other side of the coin, and it's all about mindset, the way you want to see it. And this is what I love about our culture and our market center, and that's why we net that's why 18 months later we are net highest in South Africa, purely because what we bring to the table in our culture and our understanding and our relationships with one another. Okay, what does this word shift? And Rolla, why are you carrying on about this book? And we haven't even had time to read it. I can tell you now, 90% of the people on the call haven't read the book because we are so over the top with everything we're throwing your way. Okay. Shift is that mindset. Remember, everything in Keller Williams is about that mindset, the way you want to see your business, the way you want to see the results, and you interpret it. Everybody is saying to me already, there's a stock shortage. If you want family reunion, you would have heard that Sean, the CEO of Multinet Home Loan, said there's already the interest rate curve coming, and you've experienced it now, the 2.5, right? And it's still going to happen. What happens when interest rate goes up? Stock shortage, which you're already saying. Everything you do today in real estate only shows up 90 days later. Let me give you the other example of the South African market. 120 days. This is not a negative call. Please hear me out. This is realistic, number one. And number two, it's open heart surgery. Because I want to be the one to say to you is business owners, real estate professionals, winter is coming. And we call it winterization in a real estate agent's life because there is a time where, and it's, go and think back of what you've experienced and you look back at 2021. If you are new to the environment, there is that time where things are just going slower in your market environment. You have to know your area, your demographics, there where you're working. Okay. And in realism, facts, open heart surgery. A year's got 12 months. December, South Africa closes down 16th on Recon Day. And it only opens sort of always the second week in January. Minus that. I understand we still do deals, and some people have got is sort of area bound because then you've got more activity down the coast because it is seasonal, etc. But I want to generalize just for the idea for you to start thinking of the reality. Then, if you calculate all the minuses and the plus days, etc., you only left with 10 months. 10 months, the flow of activity to flow income to flow life. Does that make sense? And that's why we're just having this conversation so that you can go to a higher level and be aware of what's going to happen in our market. Sorry, there we go. I'm back on track. Right. So, shift for the property professional. It's mindset. Get real, get right. Lead generation. Find the motivated. I'm going to run through you about your area and protect what you've got and whatever you have to go deeper to duplicate. By the time Jess is going to be on the call, I'm probably going to run. She will then start jumping in on the power of lead generation and what it would mean for your business. Then we're going to look at the lead conversion of really what do you have and what do you need to do. Expense management, remargin your business, remargin your expenses, remargin your life. 135411. We've done this in the Tuesday training. If I can recap, remember we started with 6 personals, getting your head in the game, understanding, dissecting. Then we went on to the GCI, CGI, and then we went on to the 135411. Build a better budget, understanding, putting your expenses and how it all relates to one another, your activity, smart realtor calendar, the agent cash flow. Now, in the next 2 sessions, you'll see the shift book. We're going to touch on pages, reference to it. That's why I shared the agent toolkit link so that you can please make notes and look at the pages when we refer to it. Okay. So I'm on page 7 of the shift book. And probably most of you haven't even experienced this word of a shift. There's movement in the market. There's a buyer's demand. There's a seller demand. And I want to jump back to my slide is coming up now. Sorry, I just want to make sure. Yeah. And you need to understand what is on the screen. Look at that. Where people say it's a buyer's market. And now I want to sort of refer back to the Lightstone report. Lightstone, and that's why we are partnering with them, is the best reference or point of reference available to us in South Africa so that you can measure what has sold, what it's sold for, where it's at. But like for instance, in some country living things, a guest house on a 300-hectare farm sold in the middle of 16 plots that are really dilapidated, are not even worth $1 million, sold for 60 million. You need to really be the expert of your area to understand what is in the market and what is not selling. And we are what we say, not an area, we open areas. But you always have to have a farming area to start your database, to have your, and if you go and look at the millionaires, if you go and look at the cappers, if you speak to Anushka Libber, she will say to you is, I stick to my area because every little body in my area is a shareholder. All I'm doing is cultivating the relationships and offering the real estate services to them so that it can turn into money. Okay. Shifts are easy to actually understand because a buyer's market, they say, you've heard it so many times. Why would a buyer's market happen? Interest rate is at its lowest. It's cheaper to buy property than to rent. It's better to borrow the bank's money to pay the assets. That is wealth expansion on steroids. Read the blue book, Flip of Keller Williams. If you want to know about expansion and be an investor, there's the investor book. I can even relate in 4 ways, which is the hub of so much. You can buy a unit there for 750 and you can rent it out for it, almost like sort of washes its own face if you borrow the money from the bank at a very low interest rate, right? A balanced market. Now, if you go and look back at the properties you have on your books, the trend report, we keep on saying track your numbers. And it's not, because you have to compare what happened last year, what am I now, what happened last month, what happened last season. Everything groups together. And we had a national leadership call yesterday in Pretoria, and Heather and I were fortunate to be on the panel and discuss some of the realities in our market center and our business owners. And one of the things that came up is that we it's language to say agent, associate, but you're a business owner. We're a real estate service provider to you. We bring you the numbers for you to build that careers worth having, lives worth living. And the testimonials and the stories we heard again yesterday, how Keller Williams, when people really dive into the models and the numbers, how it has changed lives. Balanced markets occurs during the transition between a market, and then it's rarely lost, because the seller's market is what we think we have at the moment. The curve, if you go down on your Lightstone report, it shows you how many properties sold which year at how much, and what was the how many units, and what was the average price. How powerful is that you can have that data available to you so that you can see where I'm living, where I'm at, and on your CGI compare what you need to do. And everybody's market is going to look different, because if you look at the bottom of that Lightstone, you will see what transferred, what happened, was there movement. Those curves is there for a reason. But everything that goes down has to go up. You have to be aware of it. It's affecting your income. It's got an effect on your activities, those income generating activities. Page 10 of Shift, the book. And I've put that graph in there. Don't look at the dates. All I wanted to illustrate there is, if you already look at your Lightstones to give you an indication, and by the way, this is very powerful script actually when you are in appointments with clients. 2018, a recession happened. People have lost their homes. You can pick up a lot of properties at a good price, but interest rate was still higher. That curve has changed. Interest rate came down, lesser properties. What is busy happening? Then we had the COVID. COVID has established things, and then there was a supply again because interest rate. External factors has changed it. Yet, what has happened in your life, your business? Don't look at 2018. I want you to look at last year and the year before. I want to look at your database. I want you to look at your phone. How many of the people on your phone has got a story, and where are they at? What is the quality of your lead generation? When Jess is going to come on the call, we're going to be at double down on your activities. Be aware of what you need to do. In a local market, in your area, it's like a pendulum. It's like it's a show, and then it just keeps going. Then there's a high supply because there's a new school in the area, okay? Or the local Pick and Pay has upgraded, or people has works, the area has changed, and 60% of the homes were sold to people that were interested in renovating homes. Here's the question. If you are in a strong seller's market, where are you at? Have you got a lot of listings that you don't get inquiries? Or are you working with so many buyers that you really can't find them the right property? Are you still on the way up at the top or your way down? The reason the ship feels so fast is because you don't notice it until you close the transaction between one market to another. What am I saying to you is in my note here, closing the transaction between one and another. Any market changes or any shifts shouldn't affect you. The people you know and how well you know them is always going to determine their need. Because guess what? By 5 o'clock every day, people have to have a roof over their head. Families, businesses. There's so many things I can call it. So whether it is a buyer's market, that if you look at back at your listings, and some of it you list it and it takes 5 to 7 months to sell. Whether it is a seller's market because the interest rate is X and price is X. If you go and look at the curve on your Lightstones, it's always a 5 to 7 month implication. So if it doesn't fit on a 6-month cycle on your Lightstone, it's probably going to go and look on your Lightstones and you will see exactly what I mean. It's a pendulum. You need to find the equilibrium is the word I'm looking for. Please just go for a second to page 11 if your shift book is open next to you. I feel guilty for a second that, not guilty, the word I'm actually looking for is I wish all of us could have the actual book printed and make so many notes in it. If I look at my MREA and my shift and all the notes in all my years, it's unbelievable. And you can't just change it all overnight and then it's all in Word available. On page 11, you'll also see that figure 6, several factors can cause an economic shift. Currency exchange rates and political climate are the global factors. And I know we're not allowed to talk about political things, etc. What happened with those raids last year that happened in the country? The Natal agents that are on the call, please, it's not to remind you, but the effect that had on the conversations they've had around their database, where that person was at a 50 conversion it was going to buy now, the needs and wants and the opinion has changed instantly overnight. Does that make sense? How drastic? But they kept the service delivery and the basic need of I have to have stock, I have to lead generate because I have to have something to sell. Kept the pendulum going. Does that make sense? Please interrupt me. Please talk to me if I've missed it. There's silence in the room for a second.
Makes sense.
Both of us together.
Yeah, snap.
Thank you. Dini, please talk to me.
I think we were in the Cape 2 weeks ago in Mossel Bay, and the people were referring to what they call the semigration. And they say 30% of the people coming from KwaZulu-Natal over to their side because they feel safer there. And a third of them coming from central around Bloemfontein, and the rest of them all coming from our region. And they say they can actually target the areas of the people that's moving, and they're doing 280 house plan approvals a month in the Mossel Bay area. So there's a huge migration.
Wow, listen to that.
That means we must have, because they specifically said our area, that means there's houses that I should be listing that's opening up.
Dini, thank you for sharing, because what you're saying is in conversations and learning the information, you empowered yourself with a market shift and what is actually happening out there. Oh, wow. There she is. Jess, welcome on the call. Bottom of the screen.
There we go. I went from Zoom to Google. So how are you guys? Hey, everyone.
How you doing, Jess?
Fantastic. And happy to jump on and talk about something that I love to talk about. So I'll catch up with you, see where you guys are at.
So we want to capitalize on time. I'm going to jump a couple steps ahead. We've already discussed sort of in relation to what the shift book is. I touched on our market that has changed in interest rates that are going up, stock shortage that are happening, being aware of your number, and then the pendulum that we talk about, whether it's a buyer's or a seller's market, you need to find that middle way in your success. And I think the next couple of slides is just about that mindset of getting your head in the game. So on the presentation I shared with you, I'm really on page 15, but I'm fortunate to have a page 15 of the shift. But I'm fortunate to have you on the call, and our business owners are fortunate. And I'd rather us catch up, because the next slides as per the screen is about your fortis, where your levels are at that are tying in with a pendulum. I'd rather jump really to the slide, and I can always come back, because shift is still readable, new, applicable, implicable, if I can put it like that, for us. I'd rather want to jump to the part of where we talk about double down with Gary Keller on your lead generation. You are muted, Jay, sorry. And do you want me to click this screen, or do you want me to give you rights so that you can
No, you go ahead and you can click. I think the thing I'd love to remind your agents, because you guys are all top agents, you're the best of the best. And I think what's important to remember is that when there's a shift, it's opportunity time. Because we have shifts in markets for many, many different reasons. Inventory, COVID, interest rates. There's so many different reasons for shifts, right, Rolo? And we could go on. And yet, what I want to remind you guys of is that a shift is a good time for you, because you guys are skilled based. You're not brand new agents getting into the market. The market was so fast and easy that it didn't require any skill. You could put a sign up and the house sold, right? And yet when things shift or change, and there's a pendulum shift, it doesn't matter which way the market's going, but it's important to remember that it's a skill-based market. So for example, if we have a new agent and then we have an experienced agent, a new agent will keep working just like they have been, assuming it's just easy and they just need to put a sign in the yard and things will just settle. Truth is, when a market starts to shift, the faster you adjust, the more you take for market share, because you guys know shortly when the market's shifting, it becomes skill-based. They're going to have to talk to sellers about practical expectations. They're going to have to talk to sellers about how prices are shifting or changing and how the transactions will go. What's a reasonable timeline? Those are all things that change as the market's shifting, and you guys know that. You know how to set expectations that are reasonable with the people that you're in relationship with. You know how to strategize a listing so that it gets showings if the market slows. They don't. So I would just, if I was you, think, if I remember it shifting before everyone else waits for the market to be completely shifted, during that time, if I change quickly, you can double down and double your business and take it from those hobbyists that are out there that are just working a very easy market. And so when I think of a shift, I don't care what type of shift it is. I think, yay, as a top agent, as someone that knows what I'm doing. And what I do is think, okay, I need to dust off the rust a little bit. I got to practice my skills because I also became autopilot. You know, life has been easy. You put a sign in the yard, you got multiple offers. So when those shifts are happening, you guys think again and say, right now is when I need to double down, protect my relationships so no one else sneaks in, and I'm going to take the relationships of the hobbyists that won't be able to succeed in the next market. So it's like a race, and the best of the best know that it's happening, and they have people like you, Rollo, that are reminding them that things are changing, guys. And if you decide to shift and change quickly, you're going to win more than anyone else. So I think it's an awesome opportunity for you guys.
So Jess, I want to sort of hit you with questions.
Yep, go for it.
The power of, as I look at the slides, we don't need to stick to the slides. That's just really a guide.
Sure.
Part of the shift book, remember, we are still diving into it. We're all reading it, right?
Okay.
Please talk to me about the power of lead generation during a shift.
Okay, so one thing I'm going to say is each of you on this call have been in the business for different years, but you're all very successful. You're the best of the best. And yet you all have your own style of lead generation. Some of you are very relational, and you have your people, and you have very good relationships, and you have parties, and you have social relationships, and you network. Some of you are prospecting based, where you might lead generate neighborhoods or areas. Some of you may just market to the relationships you have. Whatever you do, double down. Whatever you're willing to do, double down, because whatever you communicate is how you're educating your database. So if the market has any sign of any change, it's really important that you're the one communicating and educating around that. So if I am very heavy into marketing and social media and relationships, you really want to double that conversation, share market stats, give them a heads up, video messages, whatever it is that you're willing to do. And you can do something as simple as care calls to your database to give them a heads up of the market shift in case they're considering doing anything real estate related this year. So if I was going to role play that, it would be just literally it's not a real script because I'm calling people I already know, but it's more of an informational call to let someone know of the market. So you can do that through marketing. You can do that through video messaging. You could do that through cold calling, a neighborhood. But again, for most of you that have a very established group of people, it's about being the economic educator, the real estate educator for your local market right now. And so double down in every way. And Rollo, what would you want to add to that?
So Jess, I want to ask you to please just elaborate a little bit, double down. There's so many codes and words we use. Please elaborate on what the double down is. We've explained it. I want them to hear it from somebody else what it means.
Right. It's really the opposite of being a secret agent, as I say. You want to be screaming from the rooftops about what's going on, because let's just say you guys are all my database, and I have different levels of relationships with all of you. Some of you I maybe never even did real estate with. Some of you might be past clients, and yet you need to be the informant of the market to your people. And many of us communicate through email or social media, and we have to remember that only about 8% of what we put out, be email or videos or social media posts, only about 8% of what we share is even seen. So can you imagine if one of you want to take advantage of a market adjustment for investment, Or one of you need to sell your home soon, but you want to sell it at the high. Well, you would want to know from me as your realtor when to time the market, or what's happening that might affect my value, or how much I can afford, or what kind of property I can buy. And so when you think of yourself, just remember, we think everyone hears what we say, but only about 8% of what we say is heard. So if I usually post once or twice, I'm going to post like 6 to 10 times compared to once or twice. If I don't really call my database, I'm going to start calling them and informing them so that they're aware. Because if you look at the market for how long it's been so easy, people just assume this is going to go forever, you guys. So again, you need to give them the reality check. You're their local expert, and you need to be their informant. So I would make sure that everyone I care about knows that there is some adjusting going on in the market, and you need to be the one to tell me. So whatever form of communication you use, just remember, only a small portion of it is ever heard, and yet it's your job to keep your relationships and continue to build on being that expert in their world in this area. It's a big asset. This is the largest asset that most people ever have. And it's important for them to know, as their asset manager, what's going on. So if you were my stockbroker, I would want you to tell me what's going on. Well, this is the same thing. You're kind of like the stockbroker of their life when it comes to their home. And yet, not everybody's looking at buying or selling, but yet they have friends and they have family. And yet that conversation is critical at this time. So I always say you want to be the mayor of your database. You want to be the person that's leading your community, and you are the expert when it comes to their largest asset. So what are you doing about it? How are you communicating what's going on? And you need to be the first informant of this, because other agents are going to try out communicating you right now. So I would race at my database to be the first expert in my mind, so that they like and trust me, and they know I'm being accurate. But don't wait until they need to sell their house to start communicating this. It'll be too late.
Jace, I really love that. So I just want to so you see, guys, you've got your database, you've got your current listings. Protect your territory, protect what is yours. Whatever is in there must duplicate to multiply. Every one of them need to give you another person almost. At the end of the day, you want to double up. You want to be geared for whatever market happens. It's not going to affect you because your pendulum is going to keep going. But you need to know what you need to say. So like I said, when we got the shift book, when COVID happened, we had bold. And in bold, they had that word, fort is your care calls. Because in South Africa, it changed a little bit with our Property Practitioners Act. Use the fort method. Because the fort method is not selling any real estate or talking any real estate. It's purely showing that you're reaching out and you want to start a conversation. Heather, you raised your hand there for a second. You're welcome to talk.
Yes, I just really loved it there when Jessica said that when your client wants to sell their house, it's too late to start communicating with them, because you won't have a relationship then you're just somebody else knocking on their door. But if you've spent the time and put it into culturing that relationship, then it's obvious who they will turn to when they're ready.
So Heather, I'd love to talk a little deeper on that, because that's such a great thing to bring up. Let's just imagine you and I are friends. I maybe have helped you in the past with real estate. Maybe I haven't, but we're friendly. And maybe you know Rolo is a good marketer in your neighborhood. He definitely has market share in an area that you live. If I don't tell you anything about what's going on with the market, you are just going to remember the last 4 or 5 homes that have sold around you, and how wild the market was, and how much money the people made, and how insane it was. And that's going to be your reality because I didn't do my job and share with you what new is happening, right? And Rolo is this excellent marketer in your neighborhood, and he's got some other friends in the neighborhood. So if I don't communicate with you and give you a heads up of the changes going on, and 6 months from now, you go to list your house, and Rolo is an excellent marketer, and I haven't really done that great of a job keeping you up to date with what's going on, and you interview both of us, I could definitely lose a listing I should have never lost because Rolo could out-charm you, could charm you. He's very charming, isn't he? He could beat me. And yet that is what happens, you guys. So when we say double down, get your arms around your people and keep them by being the informant of saying, hey guys, things are starting to change. It could be because of a pandemic. It could be because of a war. It could be because of an economy. It could be because of lack of inventory. We're not in control, are we? But when you see these adjustments and you're communicating, you're also setting expectations so that when you get Heather's listing, it's a listing you want. It's not unreasonable, Heather, thinking that the market is the market of 2021. It's the really educated Heather knowing that things are starting to change. And if she wants to take advantage of the market, maybe now is the time to run. Now is the time to list. Now is the time to sell. Now is the time to buy, whatever that is. And with every adjustment in a market, there's opportunity. So if you have investors or wholesalers or people that need to sell a property that's near its depreciation, they might want to do that in a certain market. So you really just share what the market's doing. And then depending if they're wanting to buy or sell, that is their reality. So you're here to help them time the market and make the most of it. So again, I shared a lot there, but those are all important truths. If you don't love on your people and be the educator, they may wander off to someone charming like Rolo.
Thanks, Jace. Jace, time is always precious. I want to ask you just two more things because scripts is a sensitive topic. And obviously when shift is happening, because what's going to happen in South Africa is our lending rate is starting going up and we are going to have an extreme stock shortage, they say, which is going to start affecting sellers become stupid with price. What is the power of script, number one, and number two in the same is expense management, because when a shift happens, we always have to reevaluate our business. That little bit of expense management, if you can elaborate on that as well, please, Jace.
Oh yes, when times are good, we love to spend money here and there and everywhere. And yet we as realtors get marketed to by many, many different companies like this service or help with your social media. Or so I always think it's important to align with your expenses. And this is a good time of the year to review what you spent money on and to really ask you if you really made money off of it. And really, when you think of it, if you spend $1, you need to make $4. Not 1.5 or 2, because every dollar you make, you need to pay taxes and you've had the time you spent to make the dollar and there was expenses involved. So I think it's a great time of the year to really get real with yourself and look at everything you spent $1 or more on and say, for every dollar, did I make 4 or did I just make 2? Because if I just made 2, I didn't actually make money and that wasn't a good use of my dollar. And you really can get real with getting rid of the garbage that we may be plugged into or auto renewed and didn't mean to. So I like to get good with my budget when there's a little alteration, because a lot of the extra stuff that we spend money on is just a waste. And you'll find that when the market tightens, those services don't really add to our leads because we already have the relationships in the database that we need to get more than we can handle. So for energy, for the sake of focusing on other things that you might be doing, getting really clear on what's working for you is really critical. And I know in your slides, there's a really good visual of that, Rolo, with the different types of lead efforts that you have and getting clarity on what you're focusing on. Because when things get tight, It's really going back to what you're great at and what's bringing you the most opportunity. And I would guess, I'd even maybe bet you guys $100 or something, that most of you are primarily by relationship, by referral, through your database, through your network. And yet you're probably spending money on other things that really aren't serving you. So that's exactly what I was thinking of, Rollo, is I think I would, first of all, go through my checkbook and see, what did I spend money on? Did it really give me a good return, or was it just neutral? And can I just cut that out and it won't make an impact? And then this is exactly what I would do, is list everything that you're willing to do, list everything that you have done, and really quantify it and say, what is my return? So that you can focus on the top few things that give you the greatest return. Does that make sense?
Love it, love it, love it. It's exactly that sweet spot you hit, is keeping my money accountable, cut expenses, lead with revenue. It almost sounds like we're going back to the MREA. Look, we'll discuss that one. We are limited for time. Thank you for
that. Well, I do
that.
want to just add one other thing, and this is about scripts.
Yeah.
And I know, Rollo, you're a great team leader, so you're teaching them scripts and you're pushing scripts. And I'm just going to give you a different perspective. Right. I used to fight scripts. I did. I'm going to tell you, for years, I said, I don't use scripts. Well, the truth is, a script is a guided conversation. That's all it is. A script is a guided conversation. It's an effective communication tool to have with a stranger to get, a conversation started. And yet, if you really are predominantly working people that you already know, you might fight the idea of a script. And I want to just challenge you that a script is effective communication, and it's guided conversation. And for some of you, you might get on the phone and just chit chat and waste a ton of time talking to people, catching up. You're really not getting anywhere. And so I just want to remind you that if you, make the point to take advantage of this opportunity time that you're in, because that shift equals opportunity time. If you take this time to have a guided conversation, a business level conversation, a real estate conversation with your database, your data bank, your relationships, you're going to get further faster than anything in the world. And yet a great script with someone you already know is, hi, how are you? I'm reaching out because the market is making some adjustments. And I want to make sure I'm communicating effectively with you this year. If you're considering buying, selling, investing, flipping, renovating, anything real estate related, because the market is making adjustments and I want to help you capitalize on what you might be doing. When you think of this year, are you thinking anything real estate related that I should keep in mind? Now that's a call from an advisor, a trusted advisor. Now let's just imagine that I'm a stockbroker. I would have that same conversation with you, and yet that's what you are to many people, because you're helping them with their greatest asset in many cases. And so don't forget that. And yet a script could be just as much as hi. But a script that Rollo could give you could also give you a more guided conversation, so that you don't just get on the phone and chit chat about life and how they're doing. You get to the point, which is showing that you're a high level person that I can trust, and that you're here to support me with my asset, not only with our relationship, but that you're here to have a business conversation. So that's the only thing I wanted to add, Rollo.
Love that. You're confirming almost that. Double down on your scripts, practice hard, so that whatever they say in the coming months, you've got to answer for everything.
Well, and here's the thing is let's just be honest, all of us have kind of been riding this ride for a while, and we've gotten a little lazy, a little rusty. And so if I'm a good friend of yours and you just assume I'm going to get your listing, and I'm not ready for your objection of paying my commission, or saying, can you take a price reduction or a commission reduction? I might not be as good as I used to be. So you want to practice, you guys. And yet same thing back when they say, well, Rollo said he could list it for 4%. Why do you charge 6% if I haven't been communicating with you and setting a trust again and advising you? I might be in the hot seat as your realtor. So don't assume. We need to get off autopilot right now, because this is opportunity time. If I could give you any mindset, it would be to race to the conversations you need to have with the relationships you already have in whatever way you converse, and double those conversations and double the cadence or the order and the volume of what you say, so that everyone hears you. And literally a care call to your database about the market and informing them would be really classy. It would be a high level thing that a high level person like yourself has to do. And if you don't do it, they're not going to know the market's adjusting. And aren't they going to be disappointed if they don't capitalize on the market they want to capitalize on? They're going to blame you if you don't inform them.
Be first of mind, Jess. I really, really love that. Guys, anybody that's got a question for Jessica, I know her time is on the hour, by the hour. Please, you're welcome to raise your hand or speak. Any questions?
So I'll just keep talking because that's how I roll. Other things to think about, though, you guys, is giving an example of what the market's been doing and say, these days are numbered. And just show like a really cool house. And, 3 years ago, I sold it for this, and this year I sold it for that. And yet these days are numbered. If you're thinking of real estate in 2022, we need to talk. And just leaving that type of message is really all you need to do. You need to get people curious. And so if you have 100 people or 1,000 people that you're communicating with, you just want to hear the 5 or 50 that are like, yeah, I am thinking about investing this year, or I was thinking of upgrading or downsizing or whatever this year. What do I need to know? And yet that is the level of conversation you want to have with your people, because you guys are awesome and you guys are rock stars. So you are in opportunity time. So I hope you get your mindset around that as well.
Oh, love it. You're giving so many powerful ahas. Now I'm going to leverage off. Jessica said it's opportunity. Go quick.
Well, that's
Heidi,
in my office. We're doing contests with our top agents to kind of get a little swagger back and a little competition back, because we kind of all gotten on autopilot where we're used to houses selling in a week. And it's going to be a little bit of a reality check because things are starting to slow down. And yet our top agents are all needing to get a little serious again and our mindset around it again. And so we're doing some fun contests just to taunt each other and get each other off autopilot and back into action mode.
Wow, there's more happening, more share. Heidi, please, you've raised your hand. Please go ahead.
Hi, Jessica. Just wanted to say thank you. You have given so many ahas. And definitely for me, what stood out is just the mind shift that one needs to make in order to make this work. And script, definitely going to be reading Shift again and making sure that I understand it properly this time. You've given so much insight, so thank you.
Well, and there's one other idea I want to give you, Heidi, that kind of goes in alignment with that.
Yes,
the
please.
reason why I'm so excited for you guys is you guys are the best of the best. So think of your own area that you like to dominate. Little names have creeped in, I'm sure, over the last few years because it was such an easy market, right? Like super easy. Any agent could be successful. So this is where you want to take that market share back by showing your expertise. Truth, you do. So when you think about your area, how are you connecting with your unmets? So if for those of you that still want to grow your business, where you want more, or you want to get someone out of your area that's been creeping in, this is the time to hit hard. And you can do that through marketing, social media, Facebook targeting for certain areas. There's a lot of creative ways to do that. And yet the most powerful is through the relationships you already have. So if I was calling you, Heidi, and saying, Heidi, 2022, things are changing. when I think of you and your family, is there anything I should be thinking of real estate related? Are you going to renovate? Are you going to buy? Are you going to sell? Are you going to invest? Do you want to flip? Are you looking for opportunities to invest? Okay, and then let me ask you this, Heidi. Who in your world is also thinking that way? Do you have any neighbors or friends or family that I should connect with as well? I want to let them know of what's going on so that they can capitalize on the best market move for them.
I love that because it's so easy. It's a conversation. I mean, we're making it complicated. It's not.
It's a care call. So
Yeah.
I'm not a real scripty person, but I'm using scripts right now, aren't I?
Yes, you are. 100% you are.
And you know what? I'm following my heart. I start with a very caring mindset before I pick up the phone and say, hey, who can I help? Because something's happening. The market is shifting. It's kind of like, you guys, if we all bought Amazon stock day one, we'd all be billionaires right now. And yet, if I knew there was a new stock hitting the market, or there was a stock like Facebook that was going to lose half its value overnight, and I'm a stockbroker and I'm not telling you this, what am I doing? I'm failing you, right? So think of it as a care call. And be like, hey guys, if you're even thinking real estate at all, anyone in your family or any of your friends or any of your neighbors, connect us. I need to educate them as well so they can time the market. Now, let's be honest. None of us can perfectly time any market. But again, when there's an adjustment, there's a reason for a conversation.
Absolutely.
So it puts you in front of them. And when you're really doing a professional job, as your job is, to educate, that's where you guys take more market share than you've ever had, because you guys are the best of the best. And when a market shifts, the market share you get, you never lose. You never lose.
So true. So true. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Yeah. So I would taunt each other, because you guys know you're the best of the best. Why not go have some fun with this, get a little bit of action going, and give each other a little bit of run for your money and have some fun with this? Because again, you are the mayor of your community. Now is the time to double down and be the informant of what's going on.
Jace, I'll brag there for a second, but it's the 8th day of the month, and 2 of our teams are under the top listers for teams in the region. You know, when you're a naughty child, you check the numbers. So in the morning when the numbers are up, I'm going, Waza, we there?
Well, and
we
that's the
love
thing is, you guys, even though you're in different parts of the country, that's powerful that you have the network that you guys have. And yet, think about how you're utilizing that and communicating that. And for those of you that might be struggling, because not everyone's doing great right now, I understand. If you're struggling, reach out to Rollo and get some mindset coaching around that. Let's get you picked back up. This year has been very difficult for many of us. It's understandable if your mindset's not there, but let's help you get back in action, because again, this is opportunity time. I would put a Post-it note in front of me, opportunity time, and have a sense of urgency like you've never had, because this is going to be short. It's going to be a short, little, quick adjustment, because it's your government and it's interest rates. It's not like a natural market progression. This is going to be abrupt. And that's why Rollo is so passionate to get you guys thinking about this, because so many of the agents that are not top agents are going to just keep doing what they're doing. And then 3 months or 6 months from now, they're not going to know what happened. And they would have never communicated with their database. And so when they go to list their friend's house, they're going to go list with Rollo, not their friend, because their friend didn't update them about the shift. And someone's going to outskill that new agent, and it's going to be you.
Sure. Love that. Thanks, Jace. Vanita, I see you've raised your hand here. Renee van Castricum is saying, thank you, Jace. Appreciate it. Thanks, Renee. You had your ball of, your map of the world in one of our calls, Jace. There we go. So we can have another conversation, and then because Jess showed me where I'm sort of based, we'll have another one around South Africa, and then you'll be quite surprised how powerful this message is being sent around the country.
It is.
Awesome. Please, Vanita, go ahead. I think we've lost Vanita for a second there. Vanita, you're welcome to interrupt. There we go. I see you've unmuted now. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Rolo. I just want to say thank you to Jess. It's really a mind shift. You know, when you're just trying, I'm new to the industry. I mean, you're just trying to get your listings up and that kind of thing. You don't think of yourself as a stockbroker. You don't think of yourself as an asset manager. And you're absolutely right. You're handling one of the most expensive assets that any individual, you know, would probably own in their lifetime. But what I'm struggling to get is the whole shift that you're talking about, to hold a conversation around that. Yes, I know the interest rates are going to go up by 0.25. And there possibly will be a stock shortage, because whenever there's a shift, then people say, okay, well, just wait now, whatever the reason is. But how do you actually continue the conversation? I know you want to say, yes, I am your local expert, but what are we telling you? I'm not sure of how that content should be, or what the content should be like.
So great question. And it's about educating on what the shift means in their value and in supply and demand.
Mm-hmm.
Every market, from vehicles or homes, whatever it is, supply and demand. And so it's really being able to, in plain, simple terms, plain English, explain when the interest rates go here, this is what we can expect. Or when shortage of inventory goes here, this is how it impacts demand and prices. And we don't need to even go more detailed than that with their neighborhood or their home, because you want to have that specific conversation with them. So you leave a very simple call to action. So I'll just role play. To all my, if I'm making a video, to all those I love that love, to all my people that I work with, it's very important to hear me now. The market is making a change. So if you are considering doing anything tied to real estate this year, even renovating your property, selling, buying, anything, we should have a conversation so that I can show you how this market shift is impacting your current asset or any asset that you may want to buy. And I can help you time the market to benefit you and your family the best possible. This is the time when having a very experienced agent is critical. And so also, if you know anybody else that is thinking of doing anything real estate related, please send them my way so I can have the same conversation. As you know, I've been a top agent in the market for many years, and I've been through these situations before. This is an opportunity for people that are looking to sell. This is not an opportunity for people that wanting to buy. It's going to be more difficult. And that's basically all the detail you need. You don't need to give any more detail than that, because you don't want to not have the conversation, right? You want to give them just enough information to get them curious. And if they're thinking real estate, to talk with you, and then you have that very specific conversation, like you were doing a valuation of their home's value, you would do that depending on what their deal is, whatever they want to do. So you don't need to give like specific data. You just need to know what that impact of interest rates going up or inventory going down, and tie it to supply and demand. And then say, call to action is, if you're thinking of real estate, let's talk. So we can talk specifics about your situation.
Got it. Thank you very much. That really helps. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks for that. Marnu has raised the hand. Jace, you still okay for time?
Oh yeah, we're good.
Awesome. Thank you. Marnu, please go ahead.
I just want to add, by helping Vanita there. Vanita, on Multinet, we always get an email on Property 24. The only thing you do if you have a conversation with someone is read what Multinet told you. They said, did you hear in your area the prices are going up, the prices are going low? Property 24, I just had a conversation with someone that said, this is the main selling estate in our town. Did you know about it? Am I correct, Jessica, by saying something like that? So you can follow the scripts by using your for bond originators and your listing tools and everything like that.
Yep,
Exactly.
perfect. Yeah, you don't want to get too specific because you want to have that conversation, don't you? Yet you need to be the informant that, hey guys, things are shifting, things are changing. So if you're thinking real estate this year, we should talk. That is the simplest script in the universe that you could use. And every one of you could even just make a video about that, sharing nothing more, but creating curiosity, and send that out to the world right now, guys. Get the conversation started. Also, so that if you have listings for the spring, they also get the right mindset of what their prices are going to be and all of that too. So again, don't get very specific, less specific. It's more about the conversation.
Jess, thank you so much for your contribution and your time today. So much was covered, and it was so great to introduce you to the people in our market center and having that conversations. You know, and it's so great to feel the realness of whatever we do here is also anywhere in Keller Williams in the world, and everybody is from the same lingo. I really appreciate you, and have a fab day. Thanks, Jess.
Yep, and don't forget, guys, it's opportunity time. So if I was you guys to get your swagger back and get off autopilot, let's have a little fun with this and have a challenge to see who can grab more market share. Because remember, the more communication you put out there, the more you're going to get. And you already have done all the work, you guys. You guys are the best of the best. So let's show them. Let's go get it. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great rest of your day.
Jess.
Thank you,
Have a good
Jessica. Thank
day.
you, right?
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks.
Bye-bye.
Sure. How did you guys enjoy that? Did you get something
Yeah.
from it? It's a
Yeah.
lot of things that happen quickly. And there's a lot of information. And what is so real for me is whatever the book says, whatever is happening. It's not, Jessica teaches this. She has the exact same conversations with the people in the office. What's happening anywhere in the world stays the same in our environment. Be prepared. Double down on the relationships so that when people go rah rah, the market, sellers buy it, market, you've got no reaction. You are in real estate, you provide that, it stays the same. I think I've probably overkilled it with all my planning in my slides, and I shared everything and made notes with Jessica what to say. I do apologize. I think my slide plan probably overkilled it a little bit. Today was just to start getting you enticed on shift. Don't miss the book. Start touching it. Be prepared. Be one step ahead. Find the equilibrium. Don't be left behind. That is what this opportunity was all about. I'm going to remake my slides so that we can go on with next week's topic. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, darling Heidi is online for Ignite. Thank you, my Scott. Dini, you've raised a hand. Please talk to us.
I just want to ask you something. It's just something she was saying. We're going into spring. Obviously, she's in a different space, okay? But we're going into winter. And whenever you face winter, everybody always says, oh, but it's slow in winter. And I always think people don't do as much sport in winter. They've actually have time to go out. And in winter, it's not as hot to take somebody out. It's cooler, you know. It's nicer to show somebody else, often in winter, because it's cozy. There's a fireplace. What am I missing?
You need to capitalize on opportunity. Yesterday, we had in our leadership meeting the 16th law of John Maxwell about momentum. That train must keep going. You must just oil it. A problem is not a problem if you don't think it's a problem, if you don't make a problem, if you don't phone us and you convince us that a problem is a problem. So what they were explaining to us yesterday is that leadership should empower themselves, that those that find the problem for their own problem. Does that make sense? Love it. Now I've enticed you to go and read it. The bottom line is, sweetie, you just need to keep momentum. Because if there ain't no momentum and that train hits that brick wall, it must be so fierceful hitting it that it's going to go straight through that cement and that reinforced steel. Don't stop what you're doing, and whatever you're doing, double down on the activity. If you thought you had 5 good leads today, you're behind business. You need to be one step ahead so that when winter happens and others are moaning, you capitalizing on opportunity. Sure, this will be available on YouTube. Anybody else wants to share? Thank you for being here this time of the day to make yourself available. I'll restructure it. There's another session of Shift next week where I will re-look at some things of the book. We're going to have a lot of the Shift book in the next couple of weeks. I just want you to start getting into touching it. Some of you are still overwhelmed with the MREA. It's just so that you can start be aware of being prepared of what needs to be done so that you can be geared for when opportunity delivers itself. I really thank you for this afternoon, and I really hope you have found that value there. Heather has shared a YouTube video with us. Please, Heather, if you can please share it on the WhatsApp groupie as well, that we just have the link there, because when we stop the call, we're going to miss that. Thank you, Heidi. I have organized the law of the big mo. There we go. Thanks, Heather. That's that. Yeah, momentum. When that, it must just keep going. Don't get involved in the process. Keep the momentum. Jessica is going to come up again in March, where we're going to touch the MREA 24 topics. She will be coming on understanding how to group it, which ones to focus on, and identifying which one of the MREA 24 topics is really that one that's going to bring application to your business. Have a fabulous evening. Thank you for your time. I'll see you tomorrow at Ignite. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland.
Cheers, bye.
Thank you.